You can also clap as they enter the hall. Let us remain standing for the national anthems of the Republic of South Africa, followed by the Republic of Botswana. Please be seated. Advocate Gideon Duma Boko, President of the Republic of Botswana and co-chair of the 6th session of the BNC, His Excellency Mr. Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa and co-chair of the 6th session of the Binational Commission, Mr. Ndaba Nkosinati Haulati, Vice President of the Republic of Botswana and Minister of Finance, Dr. Penyo Butali, Minister for International Relations and Cooperation and co-chair of the Ministerial Session of the BNC, Honorable Ronald Lamola, Minister of International Relations and Cooperation of the Republic of South Africa and co-chair of the Ministerial Session of the BNC, Honorable Ministers from Botswana and South Africa here present, High Commissioner of Botswana to South Africa, Professor Sanjim Nageng, High Commissioner of South Africa to Botswana, Ms. Taninga Shope Souma, Acting Permanent Secretary to the President, Ms. Matshidiso Bukole, co-chairpersons of Senior Officials Meeting, all senior government officials from Botswana and South Africa here present, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Tisora Mudimosi. I'm the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry for International Relations, and I'll be directing these proceedings. I would like to welcome you all to the sixth session of the Binational Commission between the Republic of Botswana and the Republic of South Africa. The outline of the program will be as follows. First, we'll have the welcome remarks by Advocate Duma, Gideon Boko, President of the Republic of Botswana, to be followed by remarks by His Excellency Mr. Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa, after which we will move to the adjacent room for the closed session, and attendance will be restricted to honorable ministers, the Vice President, and senior government officials who have been designated. After the closed session, we will retreat back into this hall for the official closing ceremony with the media present. Media, unfortunately, you are not invited to the closed session next door. By now, I think you know that. It is now my honor and pleasure to invite the President of the Republic of Botswana to deliver his remarks. Your Excellency, sir.
Good morning to you all, and please be seated. Thank you very much. Let me once again gratefully acknowledge the President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa. Appreciate the Vice President of the Republic of Botswana, Ndaba Nkosinati Awulat, the chairs of the ministerial segment of the Binational Commission, Minister of International Relations of the Republic of South Africa, Ronald Lamola, and the Minister for International Relations of the Republic of Botswana, Dr. Penyo Butali. We have cabinet ministers from both countries who are here with us, deputies and assistant ministers from both countries. We recognize you. Members of Parliament who are present here today, the High Commissioner of South Africa to Botswana, the High Commissioner of Botswana to South Africa, Permanent Secretary to the President, senior government officials from both countries, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. It is my distinct honor and privilege to warmly welcome His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa and his esteemed delegation to Gaborone for the sixth session of the Botswana-South Africa Binational Commission. Your Excellency, your presence here today is a reaffirmation of the enduring bonds of friendship, solidarity, and strategic partnership that unite our two countries. Botswana and South Africa share far more than a common border. We are bound by a shared history, deep cultural affinities, intertwined economies, and a collective aspiration for peace, prosperity, and dignity for our peoples. Ours is a relationship forged through common struggles and sustained through mutual respect, principled cooperation, and a shared commitment to regional integration and African advancement. It is a partnership that continues to evolve in response to to the aspirations of our citizens and the demands of a changing global environment. Your Excellency, I fondly recall my working visit to South Africa in May 2025, shortly after I had assumed office. The visit provided an important opportunity for us to reaffirm the strength of the bilateral relations between our two nations and to renew our shared commitment to deepen cooperation across strategic sectors for mutual advancement. Today's engagement builds on that momentum. It reflects our collective resolve to further consolidate this partnership in pursuit of inclusive economic growth, sustainable development, and shared prosperity for the peoples of Botswana and South Africa. It equally underscores our determination to work together in advancing the broader regional integration agenda and securing a better future for generations yet unborn. In this regard, the Binational Commission remains the principal institutional framework guiding cooperation between our two countries. It provides a strategic and structured platform through which we review progress, address emerging challenges, and identify new opportunities for mutually beneficial collaboration. Through this mechanism, Botswana and South Africa have strengthened cooperation across a wide range of sectors that include trade and investment, energy, mining, agriculture, education, health, infrastructure development, transport and logistics, as well as defense and security. As we convene for this sixth session, we are encouraged by the tangible progress achieved through our partnership. Notably, we've improved efficiency at key border posts, and this has enhanced the movement of goods, services, and people, thereby supporting trade facilitation and regional connectivity. Equally commendable has been our close collaboration in responding to the foot-and-mouth disease outbreak in parts of South Africa and along our shared border. This cooperation demonstrates the strength, responsiveness, and strategic importance of our partnership in protecting livelihoods, safeguarding agricultural production, and preserving regional food security. I must pause here to underscore that we are here not just for a gracious exchange of felicitations and flattery. We are here to reflect honestly. We are here to reflect intensely on how we can strengthen the partnership between our two countries. We must appreciate the institutional bottlenecks that exist with which we must deal and wrestle on a daily basis. And so, when we flag the achievements, we are not merely raising yesterday's talismanic fetishes. We are seeking to draw inspirations from those aspects in which we have done very well. The better then to reflect on those in relation to which we haven't done so well. And we must raise these and deal with them honestly together. Your Excellency, this session of the Binational Commission occurs at a time of heightened global uncertainty and geopolitical and economic shifts. We face certain near-fatal vulnerabilities we need to hold each other by the hand so that we can cushion and immunize ourselves against some of these exogenous shocks over which we may have little to absolutely no control at all. Nations across the world are grappling with rising costs of living, energy insecurity, climate change, supply chain disruptions, technological transformation, and evolving geopolitical realignments. These demand greater coordination, strategic foresight, and strengthened regional cooperation. At the same time, they present new opportunities for our countries to reposition themselves within emerging global value chains and harness innovation, digital transformation, and renewable energy transition as drivers of inclusive and sustainable growth. I must pause here again, make the point and make it emphatically, that the level to which we will attain inclusive economic growth will depend in critical respect on the pace, the scale, and the scope of our innovation. In this era of the knowledge economy, we must appreciate that our countries and Africa in general are not just going to be passive observers of history's passing show. We are not going to be consumers of knowledge generated from elsewhere. We also must invest in the generation of knowledge. We must know and think the best that has been thought and that is known in the rest of the world. And we must lead. Africa must lead. And there's every reason why we should. Every conceivable metric of assessment conspires in our favor as Africans. Youngest population in the world, median age of 19 years, 3 months, when the whole world is facing the specter of an aging population. By 2050, it is suggested that Africans will constitute about 30% of the total world population. We are a growing, rising continent. And so we have every reason to look to the future with optimism, fix our gaze on the future, move forward with confidence, and we must move decisively. So there's a significant scope in these circumstances for Botswana and South Africa to play a critical role. And to do this, we must deepen our cooperation in the areas of energy security, including cross-border electricity trade, renewable energy development, energy infrastructure investment, and regional energy integration. We must harness and deploy technology to augment human capability. And if we do, not only will we better the quality of our lives, the lives of our people, we will actually prolong the lives of our people. we must harness artificial intelligence. But we must always remember that inasmuch as it presents significant opportunities and benefits, artificial intelligence can also pose threats if it is left to its own devices. As the author Noah Yuval Harari observes, we must always be careful not to summon forces we cannot control. And artificial intelligence is a force which we must strive at all times to bring under control. Because if it runs amok, it can wreak untold havoc on our communities and on our peoples. We must deploy technology in agriculture because agriculture remains central to the livelihoods of our people and their socio-economic well-being. We have, therefore, as these two nations, considerable potential to expand collaboration across the agricultural value chain, including veterinary cooperation, disease prevention and control, agro-processing, agricultural innovation, and improved market access. And I'm happy that the President this morning was able to visit the Botswana Vaccine Institute and witness the capabilities which South Africa can and should become a part of, to deepen and to grow. Our countries are two of Africa's leading diamond-producing countries. And so we share a strategic interest in ensuring that our mineral resources contribute meaningfully to industrialization, value addition, employment creation, and broad-based economic transformation. In the face of evolving global market dynamics, including the emergence of fake, synthetic, lab-grown diamonds, it is imperative that we strengthen cooperation in local beneficiation, downstream value chains, marketing, and protecting the long-term integrity and competitiveness of the natural diamond industry. We're still fortunate, at least for a while, that the synthetics operate only in the lower caratages of the diamond industry, 2 carats and below. But I'm sure they are busy preparing and seeking ways in which they can also operate in the higher caratages. So we need to protect the natural minerals, the natural diamonds. And as founding members of the Kimberley Process certification schemes, our two countries bear a shared responsibility to ensure that our mineral wealth delivers tangible developmental outcomes for our citizens. By retaining greater value within our economies, we can create quality jobs, strengthen industrial capacity, and enhance economic resilience against external shocks. Your Excellency, trade and investment remain fundamental pillars of our bilateral partnership. While South Africa continues to be Botswana's largest trading partner, there remains a substantial untapped potential for further expansion and diversification of investment flows between our two countries. We must therefore intensify efforts to address barriers that constrain trade, improve the ease of doing business, strengthen industrial cooperation, and create a more enabling environment for investment, innovation, and enterprise development. In this regard, I welcome the convening of the Botswana-South Africa Business Forum on the margins of this session. The forum provides an important platform for strengthening private sector partnerships, identifying new areas of collaboration, and unlocking practical investment and commercial activities that can drive economic growth and job creation in both our countries. Equally important is the development of efficient, modern, and integrated transport and logistics corridors between our countries. Enhanced road and rail connectivity will facilitate the movement of goods and people and also support industrialization, expand regional market access, strengthen supply chains, and position our region for sustained economic growth and competitiveness. I read that this week there was a trial run. Trains came in from South Africa uninterrupted in a strategic collaboration involving Botswana Railways. And if, as I hope it will, this initiative holds, then it opens new vistas of opportunity for our countries. So, Your Excellency, as we formally open the 6th session of the Botswana-South Africa Binational Commission, I am confident that our deliberations will be constructive, they will be strategic and result-oriented. I'm equally encouraged by the bilateral agreements to be concluded during this session, which will further deepen and broaden cooperation between our two countries across critical sectors. It is my sincere hope that our engagements today will produce meaningful outcomes that advance the interests of our people, strengthen the bonds of friendship between Botswana and South Africa, and contribute to the broader vision of a peaceful, prosperous, and integrated Southern Africa. And I must close by reminding each and every one of us that we can meet here and present charters of aspirations. We can meet here and craft and fashion visions. We must appreciate that these visions, these outcomes that we desire, are not self-executing. They require agency, human agency. People, creatures of flesh and blood, that must execute these aspirations. We therefore must appreciate, and I've said, and I maintain vigorously all the time, I am prosecuting a revolution. Otherwise I wouldn't be here. And I've called myself a revolutionary. Called myself this when I was young and I didn't even quite understand what a revolutionary was. I even got almost expelled from secondary school for using that description on myself. I called myself a revolutionary. And I know that a revolution doesn't go on inordinately. It is time-bound. It involves concentrated action. And it operates within certain temporal horizons. So at the forefront of everything we do, we must appreciate that the people out there will not wait on us inordinately. They want results. They want these results not today. They don't want them tomorrow. They want them yesterday. And so that is why, Mr. President, I always say, for me, yesterday is ideal. Tomorrow is too late. We therefore understand the very strict timelines within which all these things that we discuss, resolve, stand to be implemented. And so, on that note, it's my pride and pleasure at this point to thank all of you and to exit the stage and invite, not someone, and invite my brother, my friend, fellow revolutionary, the President of the Republic of South Africa, President Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa.
I see they've decided to silence me. Now it seems to work. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Your Excellency, President Duma, Gideon, Boko, Vice President Ndaba, Gosnati Khawlati, members of Parliament who are here present, ministers and deputy ministers from both delegations and high commissioners of our respective countries, senior officials of our two governments, members of the media, and ladies and gentlemen. Let me take this opportunity, Your Excellency and my brother, to express our great pleasure to be here at home amongst our brothers and sisters, the people of Botswana. The warm welcome that you have extended to us last night and this morning is a testament to the spirit of friendship, solidarity, and cooperation that underpin our strategic relations. Those who attended the dinner last night all signed a confidentiality note that what happened last night will not be talked about. However, it was a state banquet to be remembered, and thank you very much for honoring us in that way. My brother, today you and I oversee this 6th session of the Binational Commission in the shadow of the passing of one of Botswana's finest, former President Festus Mogae, who was laid to rest in a befitting and deeply moving manner. Whilst I was not able to attend, our Deputy President, Paul Mashatile, represented the people of South Africa, and he reported that President Mogae was laid to rest in the most dignified manner, the only way that Botswana know how to lay a president to rest. So we applaud you for the manner and the dignity that you showed to President Mogai. We continue to be inspired by President Mogai's remarkable life and contribution to continue to deepen the cooperation between our two nations. He worked diligently to ensure that Botswana and South Africa remain partners in all endeavors of life. Our ties have been shaped by centuries of cultural affinity, as you said, and they've also been shared by our ancestry. We trace our histories to the great societies of the Botswana and Nama people, whose migratory movements laid a foundation for the geographical spaces that make up our countries today. Neither colonialism nor apartheid could divide us or thwart our common destiny. We cannot forget the enormous sacrifice that Botswana made in standing in solidarity with the people of South Africa in their quest for freedom against apartheid. And for this, we will forever be grateful to you as Botswana and to the country Botswana. During that course of the titanic struggle against apartheid, Botswana spoke for our cause on international platforms, ensuring that our voice, the voice of the people of South Africa who yearned for freedom, was not silenced but amplified. We will never forget your acts of bravery, sacrifice, and principled support for our struggle. Your sacrifice led to apartheid South Africa taking your country on a number of occasions, but more especially on the 14th of June 1985, during a raid on your capital, thus violating the sovereignty of your country, where 12 people were murdered, and a number of them being Botswana citizens. Botswana is one of the beacons of democracy in our region, and indeed on our continent. It is a model of stability that continues, and under your leadership, President, Botswana is charting a path towards sustained prosperity and an assured future, with you standing at the head leading what you have characterized as a revolution. The Binational Commission continues to provide a valuable mechanism through which we should align our interests as the two countries and strengthen our existing collaboration and identify new areas of cooperation and move our relations to a higher level. This binational takes place during challenging times at a global level. The geopolitical architecture of the world continues to change on a daily basis, threatening stability not only for democracy or multilateralism, but also at an economic level. There are strategic opportunities, however, that we should pursue to expand our economic growth on a number of levels, including investment in both countries, including trade, and also including finding new ways in the technologically changing world through innovation and science development. We need to ensure that our trade is more balanced. South Africa wishes to attract a greater number of diverse products from Botswana. A number of South African companies have expressed a desire to invest more in Botswana, creating more jobs, transferring skills, contributing to revenues of this country. And similarly, we want to see more Botswana companies investing in South Africa. We do want to deepen cooperation in all sectors of our economies. In agriculture, we want to see much more cooperation than we have now. South Africa's agricultural sector wants to be a partner as Botswana grows its own agricultural sector and consolidates its food security. I was highly impressed this morning to visit Botswana Vaccine Institute and to see the world-class capability that Botswana has developed in manufacturing vaccines, and not only for Botswana, but also for Southern Africa. And we were pleased to hear that South Africa acquires or procures many of its livestock vaccines from BVI. And they say in South Africa always pays on time to ensure that BVI continues to work. Amongst other things, my dear brother, we need to address the challenges which have led to the imposition of import restrictions on agricultural products from South Africa. Working together, we should find ways of addressing the challenges that Botswana faces and also find solutions to the reasons why Botswana has acted in the way that it has, and mutually find those solutions so that our growth can be mutually beneficial as we address these. We should direct our ministers of agriculture and trade to develop proposals on resolving these challenges and submit that to us by December 2026. We commend Botswana for the implementation of your 12th National Development Plan, which is anchored on economic diversification and a transition towards more export-oriented and private sector-driven growth. We follow with keen interest your commitment to the development of several special economic zones, which will attract the necessary foreign direct investment, expand your economy, create more jobs for young people, and sharpen competitiveness. You will find in us as South Africans that we are ready to assist and to support, and that we are reliable partners as these zones gain traction. Our countries are both endowed with vast mineral resources. These strategic minerals are now the focus of intense global interest. Some of these minerals are key components of the manufacturing of important products that are important to the development of the world economy, such as batteries for electric vehicles and more powerful computer microchips. They are vital for the development of the green energy and digital economies. As owners of these minerals, we should beneficiate these products ourselves. And as we do so, we should do the beneficiation at source, ensuring that the communities where these minerals are extracted from benefit and are not left behind, and that they should create opportunities for all our peoples. But Botswana is leading the way by refining and polishing your diamonds in your country. Continued cooperation between South Africa and Botswana in this area is very critical. Last night I saw what I thought was most pleasing when two ministers on our side were claiming each other and saying, this one belongs to me, that one belongs to me, and it was a woman and a man competing that they belong to each other because of the work that they do. And when another minister said, no, she belongs to me, I almost had to stop a fight between my ministers about how enthusiastic about the work that they continue to do. That in many ways demonstrates the deep cooperation between even ministers between our two countries. That affinity that you spoke about has grown quite deep, and you and I must keep an eye on it. Continued cooperation between South Africa and Botswana in energy is paramount if we are to meet the energy needs of our people and to develop our productive sectors. We must cooperate on issues of electricity access, as well as petroleum resources, as well as the other product that we are both well endowed with, coal. Investment in renewable energy will also assist us in diversifying our energy mix. Investment in priority catalytic infrastructure projects are vital in enhancing bilateral economic opportunities and enhancing greater regional integration, which should be led by Botswana and South Africa in our own region. One such venture is Mamabula-Lephalale Rail Link project, which stands out as a strategic priority for our two countries. And this initiative has the potential to unlock significant economic value for both countries. We must expedite the agreements that are needed to ensure that this project is implemented. Other critical ventures include the proposed Lesotho-Botswana water transfer project. Now, I have, as I have observed, thought that this project is not named properly. The idea here is to ensure that Botswana benefits from the natural resource that comes from Lesotho, which we are benefiting from, extracting water from the highlands of Lesotho and making sure that that resource is finally delivered in Botswana as well. Now, it's not named properly because it says Lesotho-Botswana Water Transfer Project. But it leaves South Africa out, and the water flows through South Africa to Botswana. So, my dear brother, Mr. President, it should be named Lesotho, Botswana, or better still, South Africa-Botswana Water Transfer Project. We have said that we should leave no one behind. So South Africa cannot be left behind on this project because the pipes and the waterways will run through South Africa from Lesotho through to Botswana. And also, the other major project, which I'm quite excited about too, is the Ramotswa Transborder Aquifer. Now, these initiatives will support water security into the future. Our two countries are water scarce, and they will enable sustainable growth and development for our two countries. We are not only interested in the passage of resources and goods between our two countries, we need to work towards the seamless movement of our people in a predictable, coordinated, and secure manner. We welcome Botswana's plans to establish a one-stop border post at Tlokweng and Kopfontein. This will help reduce congestion at the border. It will facilitate trade and enhance the efficient movement of people and goods between our two countries. As we deepen our collaboration, we must also work together to tackle transnational organized crime across our borders. Together, we must deal with such threats as cybercrime, arms smuggling, human trafficking, drug smuggling, illegal mining, money laundering, illicit financial flows, and wildlife poaching. South Africa has been entrusted with the responsibility to chair SADC from August from this year. During our tenure, we will continue to champion the cause of regional integration, peace, stability, development, and the prosperity of our region. Since the dawn of democracy in our country, we have sought to welcome and integrate immigrants from other parts of our continent and beyond our continent as well. Most of the people who have come have integrated into South African society, forming a vital bridge between South Africa and their countries of origin. At the same time, we have experienced a high influx of undocumented immigrants. You and I spoke about this extensively in our employment experienced by many of our people, as it is also by your people, contributing to tensions between some local communities and foreign nationals. Recent events in South Africa have once more brought to the fore the fault lines that all of us on the African continent must address. While appreciating the hardship in some of our communities, we have strongly condemned those of our citizens who took the law into their own hands. We have accordingly directed law enforcement agencies to protect every person in our country and ensure that we uphold the rule of law. We welcome the call for a regional and continental discussion on the issue of migration. This discussion should consider all the factors that drive migration, including the responsibilities of all our countries and countries of origin and transit countries as well. The prospect of enhanced development on our continent depends on the existence of a peaceful, stable, and secure environment. In this regard, the volatile situation in the Eastern DRC is of great concern and should be to all of us. We must safeguard the territorial integrity of this sisterly country and support all parties in finding negotiated solutions to this unfortunate conflict that has persisted for decades. South Africa remains concerned about the civil war in Sudan, which has led to the massive loss of lives, to destruction and infrastructure devastation as well. And this has created a massive, possibly unprecedented human rights and humanitarian crisis. We are also concerned about the political impasse and instability in neighboring South Sudan as well. The operationalization of the African Standby Force is becoming increasingly more urgent. Conflicts in many parts of the world continue to adversely impact on global peace and stability and security as well. There is a clear challenge to multilateralism and international law. It is therefore important to work tirelessly to reform the global institutions of governance so that these reflect the diversity, for instance, of the membership of the United Nations. And we appreciate the stance that has been taken by Botswana to insist that the multilateral system must be properly governed and that countries and the peoples of the world who are not currently represented in the major decision-making structures of those multilateral organizations should be properly represented. For instance, our continent, which has 1.4 billion people, cannot forever remain unrepresented on the UN Security Council. We want representation in that august body so that we can continue to play a key role. In conclusion, my dear President, I am of the conviction that this binational commission provides us with the impetus to galvanize and deepen our cooperation. The exceptional work carried out by our officials, our technical experts, under the guidance of our ministers, has reinforced the path of collaboration. The fact that we have so many ministers on both sides participating is testament to the commitment that our two countries have and our two governments have to ensure that this binational commission bears fruit and leads to the implementation of those agreements that will be signed today. The reports we are about to receive from the ministers will no doubt outline the priorities that need focus and will allow us as two presidents to give strategic direction towards the full realization of our mutual interests. So I thank you once again for your warm welcome and hospitality for hosting this important session here in Gaborone. We look forward to a fruitful discussion, and as South Africa, we look forward to hosting the next binational so that we can revenge what you have done in giving us the hospitality. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and Your Excellency, for those clear and powerful statements that you have delivered. My take is that the messages delivered are so clear that as Director of Ceremonies, there's no need to make a summary, lest I get tempted to deliver my own mini statement. At this juncture, as we transition to the closed session in the room next door, I'm going to request that protocol ushers our heads of state to a holding room as we allow the Vice President, our honorable ministers from South Africa and Botswana, and the designated officials to settle down in the adjacent room. Protocol. Your Excellencies.
ba wetsa jalo motsana wetso
Let's
e le
rise.
yone e le gore ne le yone pulo semmuso ya phuthego e ya barataro ya tirisano tsa lefatshe la Aforika Borwa le la Botswana mme mo go seno sebaka motsana wetso re lebile jalo bo tautona jaaka ba tla bo ba hologela ga tlase e le gone go a go tsena mo phuthegong e leng gore re tla be re ba sutela mo go seno sebaka tsela gore no ba reeditse ka tlhamalalo ba bua gone gore mo dinakong tsa gompieno tse di leng thata tse re bonang jalo e le gore lefatshe ka bophara le mo dikgwetlhong ka go harologana jalo ba tlhalosa gone gore re kgone ke gone gore mafatshe o mabedi a dirise maranyane kgotsa boranyane go ka rarabolola dikgwetlho tse di teng lefatshe ka bophara ba tlhalosa gone gore go lebe jalo innovation go lebe jalo technology go lebe jalo science e le tsone tse e leng gore ba tla bo ba di setse morago motswana wetso meala motswana wetso re tla bo re ntse re letile gona ga go tla go bona gona gore ba go buisana ka tsela ntseng jang gongwe ke dirisa jalo magoko a na bua jalo ke tautona Boko
Please be seated. We've come to the part of the closing ceremony of this ANC. Advocate Duma Gideon Boko, President of the Republic of Botswana, Your Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa, Your Honor the Vice President and Minister of Finance, Mr. Ndaba, co-chairs of the Ministerial Session, Honorable Butale and Honorable Lamola, Honorable Ministers from Botswana and South Africa here present, distinguished delegates, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to stand on the protocol already established. My name is Clifford Maribe, and I will be directing the proceedings today. We shall now proceed to the closing ceremony of the 6th session of the Botswana-South Africa Binational Commission. Over the course of the past engagements, our two sister republics have held constructive and forward-looking deliberations across a broad range of strategic areas of cooperation. These discussions have reaffirmed the enduring bonds of friendship, solidarity, and shared purpose that continue to define relations between Botswana and South Africa. Today's closing ceremony marks the culmination of those deliberations and provides an opportunity to formalize key outcomes and chart the way forward for enhanced bilateral cooperation. We shall now commence with the signing ceremony of the 4 agreements concluded between the Republic of Botswana and the Republic of South Africa. We'll begin with the Memorandum of Agreement on the joint management of water quality and aquatic invasive species in the Upper Limpopo River Basin. May I now invite Honorable Onnetse Ramogapi, the Minister of Water and Human Settlement of the Republic of Botswana, and Honorable Penny Mojadina, Minister of Water and Sanitation of the Republic of South Africa, to proceed to the signing table for the signing of the agreement. Honorable Minister. They say they're seated. I try to get where the organizers sit there, just be seated. Should they? May I kindly ask, I've been advised to ask their excellencies to stand so the pictures I'm told our friends want Mr. President. It was not arranged.
re tsweletse jalo motsana wetso re le gone mo tlokweng tla itse jalo gore mo phuthegong ya barataro ya ditirisano tsa lefatshe la Botswana le la Africa Borwa, mme seo se lebile mo ditshwantshong tsa gago motsana wetso ke jaaka ga re bona matona ba saena jalo ditumalano tse e leng gore magatso mabedi ba ne ba tlhalosa jalo motsana wetso gone gore e le tumalano ya ditirelo tsa metsi gareng ga lefatshe la Botswana le la Africa Borwa. Ba mo ditshwantshong ke Tona Ramogapi le molekane wa gago. E le tumalano ya ntlha mo go tse re solofetseng gore di tla saeniwa.
The second instrument to be signed is the agreement on the coordination of aeronautical search and rescue services. May I now invite Honorable Noah Salakai, Minister of Transport and Infrastructure of the Republic of Botswana, and Honorable Cyril Ramaphosa, Minister of Electricity and Energy of the Republic of South Africa, to proceed with the signing of the Memorandum of Agreement.
So ele tumalano ya bobedi e sa tswang go tlhalosiwa coordination of aeronautical search and rescue services e saenwa jalo ke tona Noah Salakai le molekane wa gagwe go tswa ka ko Africa Borwa. Ele jalo tumalano ya bobedi mo go tseresoletseng gore di saenwe gompieno
Of aeronautical search and rescue services. Thank you, Honorable Ministers. May I now invite Honorable Boko Joy Kenewendo, Minister of Minerals and Energy of the Republic of Botswana, to join Honorable Ramaphosa and proceed with the signing of the instrument. This is agreement on cooperation in the field of energy.
ele tumalano ya boraro mo go tseresoletseng gore di saenwe mo la gompieno re bana jalo tona Kenewendo ba saena jalo tumalano mo mohameng wa tsa kgothetso.
The fourth and final agreement to be signed is the Memorandum of Agreement on Cooperation in the Field of Prisons and Correctional Services. May I now invite Honorable Nelson Ramaotwana, Minister of Justice and Correctional Services of the Republic of Botswana, and Honorable Peter Groenewald, Minister of Correctional Services of the Republic of South Africa, to undertake the signing of the MOA. Honorable Ministers.
Tumalano ya bone ya Prisons and Correctional Services ele tsone tirisano tsa lefatshe la Botswana le la Africa Borwa e re bonang jalo e saenwa ke
Cooperation in the field of prisons and correctional services. Thank you, Honorable Ministers. We shall now proceed to the signing of the agreed minutes of the 6th session of the Botswana-South Africa Binational Commission. May I now invite the co-chairs of the ministerial segment, or our ministers responsible for international relations and cooperation, to proceed with the signing of the agreed minutes. Honorable Ministers.
Tona Nelson Ramatona ba ne ba saena jalo tumalano ya bone ebile e le yona bogelo ya ditirisano mo ba go saena mo nakong ya gompieno ke tsone ba re ka bitsang jalo re signing of minutes tsa phuthego yone ya bi-national commission between Botswana and South Africa. Me yone di sainwa jalo ke matona a maphata a tsamagasa sele tona la mola ka kwa Africa-Borwa ha mmogo le tona Dr. Phenyo Butale wa Botswana.
Thank you, Honorable Ministers. May I now, I think we are done with the signing. Kindly request our heads of state to proceed to their seats. There is a joint communique that has been produced, and copies of the joint communique reflecting the outcomes of the 6th session of the Botswana South Africa Bi-National Commission will be circulated to members of the media later. We shall now hear closing remarks from the co-chairs of the Bi-National Commission. It is my singular honor and privilege to invite His Excellency Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa, to deliver his closing remarks. Your Excellency.
Thank you. Let's be seated, please. Thank you. Your Excellency, President Duma Gideon Boko, Your Excellency, Vice President Ndaba Haulate, Ministers and High Commissioners, and colleagues and friends, I stand on the protocol that we established throughout this wonderfully held BNC. As we conclude deliberations of this session of the BNC, I wish to express my appreciation once again for the insight and wisdom which President Boko has provided in leading this BNC, with me playing a supportive role. He has been our key host, and he has shown great leadership in steering the functions and the deliberations of this BNC extremely well. And I thank you and I congratulate you. The report of the Commission captures the scope of our strategic and fraternal relationship. It affirms that our bilateral relations remain very strong and they are enduring. These are relations that were crafted over generations. The Commission lays the basis for effective implementation in the months ahead, based on the overall agreement that crafts our relationship and formalizes it, and the various accompanying agreements that we are always putting together. The agreements that have been signed today give practical and legal expression to our cooperation. This takes our relationship beyond just a general handshake. It makes it formal between the two countries, between our two peoples. In our deliberations, we have identified priority areas that will scale up economic partnership between our two countries. Levels of bilateral trade and investment must be substantially increased. we must explore more opportunities in agriculture while working together to resolve some of the challenges we have experienced in this area. South Africa and Botswana continue to deepen cooperation in other important areas, such as in vaccines. The developments that you have demonstrated in vaccine production are truly, truly outstanding. We welcome the commitment by the South Africa's Agricultural Research Council and the Botswana Bovine Institute to conclude a cooperation partnership in the production of vaccine to fight animal diseases, including the foot and mouth disease that is raging in our two countries. Mr. President, we thank you and your government for facilitating the delivery of significant doses of vaccines to our country to combat the outbreak of foot and mouth disease. When I visited this morning to the BVI Center, I was enthralled by what I saw. I was deeply impressed also by the scientists who were explaining everything that happens there. Now, I'm a very inquisitive person. They could only show me some of their workings through windows. I wanted to go inside the lab, but much as I'm president, they prevented me from doing so. But they were hard at work, and I could see that the scientists wearing their protective equipment and masks and so forth were really doing outstanding work. So we are benefiting from the great work that is being done in your Agricultural Vaccine Development and Production Center. We are committed to address the challenging issues of immigration difficulties, affecting, among others, students from Botswana and business people from South Africa. We should direct our respective ministers of Home Affairs to develop a sustainable resolution of these matters by September this year, and I know that the ministers of Home Affairs have been busy doing precisely this. Working together within SADC, South Africa and Botswana will continue to promote regional integration, including through investment in infrastructure and manufacturing. We will continue to promote social, cultural, and educational and scientific ties. It is also critical that the region promotes peace, stability, and security. South Africa and Botswana should continue to work for a global order based on peace, stability, and respect for international law. We conclude this session of the BNC inspired by the vision of our forebears who laid a firm foundation for a great relationship forged through struggle, sacrifice, and unity and solidarity. The strong bonds of friendship and cooperation are founded on our shared desire to fulfill the promise of a brighter future for our two nations and for our region as well. We once again express our deep appreciation for the work that has been done by our ministers and our officials who have toiled hard over the past few days to make sure that this binational is successful. We're also rather pleased that we have President Boko, the fortune of having a group of people as ministers as well as officials who are putting the interests of our people ahead of anything else. I was particularly pleased that last night, having proposed that what we had originally called the Lesotho Botswana Water Initiative should now be renamed as the Lesotho South Africa Botswana Water Initiative, which should be called Lesabo. And the name has now been accepted because it properly describes our integration, and that our integration also includes other sister countries in our region, specifically Lesotho. We once again also express our deep appreciation, President, for the warmth and hospitality that has been extended to us during the state visit and binational commission. We were embraced with the concept of Boko, consistent with the traditions of this great country that is Botswana and its people. I look forward, Your Excellency and dear brother, to hosting you in South Africa for the 7th session of the Binational Commission. It may look that it will happen in the far distance in 2028, but 2028 is just around the corner. You and I are in a hurry to get things done, and we are pleased that the ministers and the officials have accepted that we want to gallop and see real implementation of all the agreements that have been arrived at. So when we meet in 2028, we will definitely be reporting on great and enhanced progress, strengthening further the relationship between our two countries. Ke a leboga, ke re pula. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency. I now have the distinct honor to invite Advocate Duma Gideon Boko, President of the Republic of Botswana, to deliver his closing remarks. Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. Happy to be speaking from the left flank, leftist that I am and have always been. Your Excellency, President Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa, cabinet ministers from both countries, Botswana and South Africa, Your Excellencies, High Commissioners of both countries, senior government officials, distinguished delegates, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. I may start on a light and cheerful note. I told you earlier that this word revolution almost got me expelled from secondary school many years ago. And it is because, as a member of the school debating club, we had challenged the teachers to a debate, students against teachers. And we called it a revolutionary roundtable. And we put up, I was the one writing the notices, pasted them on the walls in the school. And before I knew it, it would appear that those that had been listed in the team had received letters from the headmaster. I was the only one who did not receive the letter, and I thought I was free. But my father worked in the same compound where the school was. And so what they had done was to reach out to him and tell him, it was a Friday, that on Monday he must come to the headmaster's office. So when I got home, my father asked me, "What's happening at school?" I said, "No, nothing, everything is okay." I said, "Why are they asking me to come to the school there?" I said, "I have absolutely no idea." I had to tell him what had happened. He said, "No, we just had asked the teachers to come to a debate with us." So on Monday, when my father came, it was myself and him, the headmaster, and they invited as an expert witness the history teacher to come and define the word revolutionary to my father, so that he could appreciate the gravity of my transgression. And so he stood, folded his arms, and looked at my father and said, "A revolutionary is a freedom fighter. This boy wants to overthrow the headmaster." And so that was my offense. After he had provided the definition, he was released. And it was my father and myself and the headmaster. And my father took a hard line and defended my use of the word revolutionary. And he said to the headmaster, "You know, Jesus Christ was a revolutionary. Martin Luther King was a revolutionary. Do you have any problem with these people?" I escaped, but my colleagues were suspended from school for 20 days. I still maintain I'm a revolutionary. And now I have come to understand what a revolution is, and I draw its definition from a scholar called Perry Anderson. And he says, a revolution is an episode of convulsive political, economic, and social transformation compressed in time and concentrated in target. I am a revolutionary. I am pursuing a revolution. It has to be radical, convulsive. It has to be transformative. It has to be time-bound. And it has to have clear targets. And that's what I would like to recruit all of you into. And here we conclude this productive and forward-looking session, Botswana, South Africa by National Commission. I'd like to express Botswana's profound appreciation to you, Your Excellency, Mr. President, and your esteemed delegation for the honor of your presence here in Gaborone and the spirit of partnership that has characterized this engagement. I thank all of you for the warmth, openness, and fraternity that have defined our deliberations over the last 2 days. It has been both an honor and a privilege to host you in Botswana, and equally a privilege to co-chair the 6th session of the Botswana, South Africa Bi-National Commission alongside you, Mr. President. Your state visit and the engagements that have accompanied it reaffirm that the relationship between Botswana and South Africa transcends diplomacy and geography. It is profoundly human in character, shaped by a shared history, strengthened through solidarity in moments of challenge, and sustained by enduring bonds of friendship, mutual respect, and common aspiration between our peoples. Over the course of our deliberations, we engaged as strategic partners bound by a shared destiny, and a collective responsibility to advance the prosperity, stability, and development of our region. Our discussions reaffirmed the depth and resilience of our partnership. We reflected candidly on the challenges confronting our countries and our region, identified new frontiers of cooperation, and resolved to move decisively beyond declarations of intent towards implementation and measurable outcomes that improve the lives of our citizens. In this regard, we are greatly encouraged by the signing of the new bilateral agreements, which further deepen and diversify cooperation across strategic sectors: environmental management and conservation, governance and public sector capacity building, economic and infrastructure development, tourism, transport connectivity, and water resource management, LESAB, among others. These agreements represent tangible investments in the future prosperity and resilience of our two nations. They evidence objective and plausible complementarity between our two countries. The Binational Commission remains a vital mechanism for advancing Botswana-South Africa relations and translating political goodwill into practical cooperation. It stands as a living expression of mutual trust, sustained dialogue, and shared purpose. As we conclude this session, we carry a collective responsibility to ensure the timely and effective implementation of the decisions we've taken. We remain conscious that our citizens, particularly the youth, expect visible progress, meaningful opportunity, and transformative outcomes. I raised the issue earlier that we need to attain some measure of harmonization in the laws and the legislative frameworks in our two jurisdictions. An issue was raised with me, which I took up with His Excellency. In Botswana, if a citizen of South Africa overstays, they have been given 2 weeks, they stay 3 weeks. When they get to the immigration desk, they are told, you've overstayed by a week, 7 days. They are told further, it is 10 pula per day, that's the fine. And because you've overstayed by 7 days, your fine is 70 pula. Go to the nearest police station and pay. They write them a note. And they go to the nearest police station, they pay, and they come back with a receipt showing they have paid, and they are allowed to depart. That's what happens in Botswana. In South Africa, if a person overstays, and they overstay when they've gone there to attend to their sick relatives whom they take across the border for medical attention. Some of them are truck drivers, suffer a breakdown. They tend to overstay because they are in the middle of nowhere. And what then happens is they are told when they reach the immigration desk, you have overstayed. You are therefore banished from entering South Africa for the next 12 months. You're not allowed here. Go. And this is what happens. And we want some harmonization so that we enable our people without countenancing breaches of the law, but we accord them treatment that enables this little problem to to be resolved as expeditiously and as efficiently, as humanely as possible. This would be the benefit of some measure of harmonization, for which I advocate and which I urge with respect and submission upon His Excellency and upon his team. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, let me once again convey Botswana's sincerest appreciation for your state visit and the successful convening of this 6th bi-national session of the Botswana-South Africa Binational Commission. May the bonds that unite Botswana and South Africa continue to grow in strength and purpose. May our partnership continue to serve as a model of principled cooperation and a beacon of what can be achieved when neighboring nations choose solidarity over division, partnership over rivalry, and a shared future over narrow interest. I also extend heartfelt appreciation to all the ministers, officials, experts, and stakeholders who contributed to the success of this session. Your dedication, professionalism, and commitment have laid a firm foundation for the advancement of our common objectives. I wish you all a safe journey home when you do depart, and I pray that you stay on a little longer. And I look forward with confidence and optimism to the continued strengthening of the Botswana-South Africa partnership in the years ahead. I have been invited to the 7th binational that will take place in 2028. Now I want to limit my message to a few amongst you. The Minister of Water, South Africa, Major Dina, Gwede Mantashe. Who else? Oh, Bantu Holomisa. Those three. I'm going to speak to them not in Setswana and not in English. Mamele ke niphulaphule kakhulu. Xa ndifikayo kwela cala ngakuni ze nindixhelele iinkomo neebhokhwe, nindiphekele imingqusho nezigezenga. Ndiyakholwa nomqombothi ningawenza ke, ningawushiyi ngasemva. Ze ndikwazi ucamagusha ze kube chose kube hele. Nindivile ke, ndivakele. Makube njalo. It remains then for me to thank all of you for the pleasure of your company here today and the privilege of your kind attention. Thank you. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I think quite a number of us didn't understand, but it sounded so good anyway. We shall now proceed to the media question and answer session, followed by the official photo opportunity. May I, at this juncture, kindly invite the Press Secretary to the President, Ms. Emang Murtapati, to step forward and moderate the session.
the President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency President Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, the President of the Republic of Botswana, Advocate Duma Gideon Boko, the Vice President of the Republic of Botswana and Minister of Finance, Mr. Ndaba Nkosinati Gaolate, Chairs of the Ministerial Segment of the Binational Commission, Honorable Ronald Lamola, Minister of International Relations and Cooperation of the Republic of South Africa, Dr. Penyo Butale, Minister of International Relations, Republic of Botswana, also known as CHAMP, Honorable Cabinet Ministers from the Republic of South Africa and the Republic of Botswana, Director General in the Presidency of the Republic of South Africa, Ms. Pindile Baleni. Let me just take this opportunity to say that I would have said I also stand on the protocols already established. But I thought I should just take this opportunity to greet Ms. Pindile Baleni in a special way, because the last time we went there, she really showed us a good South African hospitality as support staff for the President. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Imam Mutapati. I'm Press Secretary to the President of the Republic of Botswana, and I have the honor of facilitating today's joint press conference held on the occasion of the state visit for the 6th session of the Botswana South African Binational Commission. Earlier this morning, when the President spoke, in his opening remarks, he highlighted and emphasized, among other things, the urgent need to harness artificial intelligence and deploy technology for economic transformation. In light of this, may I take this opportunity to respectfully and with great humility highlight and flag the crucial role of storytelling as yet another element of development. For it is only through accurate reporting, thoughtful analysis, and genuine curiosity that journalists can play an essential part in helping the public understand the spirited efforts of the legislative, judicial, and executive branches of government to transform lives of the people. May I also add that as Joshua Oegara, a renowned East African banker, who sits at the intersection of capital and confidence, observed at Africa Editors Forum News Congress earlier this year, observed, Africa's story is too important to be told unfairly because quality of journalism affects the cost of Africa's capital. And you, the journalists sitting in this room, are the custodians of that story. Proceeding in that spirit, therefore, it is my singular honor and privilege, ladies and gentlemen of the press, to invite you to the question and answer session of this program. The two presidents and head of government have allowed themselves to take 2 questions each, and then we close this session. That means 4 questions, 2 questions for each president. So we shall proceed in this manner. You shall raise up your hand and we will give you a microphone, and then you will identify yourself and your media house and ask your question. Roberta at the back.
Okay. Dumelang. Gibidiwa Roberta Akanyang from Duma FM Radio. Thank you so much for the opportunity to ask the question. Just to first give comment to maybe the South African delegation, you have arrived at a time where 2 days ago, in 1986, on the 19th of May, you know, a lot of bombings happened in an area called Mogoditsane, and this was because some of the ANC members had been hiding in Gaborone. So I think the timing of this bilateral meeting, I don't know if it's just luck or it just shows that we do clearly have an amazing relationship. So I think that deserves a round of applause, that here we are 40 years later. In any case, look, both countries, between Botswana and South Africa, have been making more progress. But I think the biggest concern, especially according to youth, is the lack of unemployment. So I would like to ask both President Cyril Ramaphosa as well as President Duma Boko that do your MOUs do anything at all to support employment, especially youth employment, and then do they also contribute to any kind of skills development between both countries, especially at the BVI? Will we see some South African students perhaps coming to learn and, you know, essentially get skills in Botswana and of course pay for that? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Roberta. Any other question? And then before we give the President an opportunity to answer. Is there a hand at the back? There's a hand over there.
Thank you. I don't know if you allow me to ask one question each. I've got one question for each president.
Just ask one question for one president because we have only 4 and we would like to spread them across.
Oh, okay, that's fine. I
Yes.
would have really loved to ask about the skewed trade imbalance between the two. But anyway, my question then will be towards the President of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa. Sir, there's just been this whole issue being spread by certain South African members of parliament that Botswana hosts an American military base, something which has been denied by successive Botswana governments and the American embassy here. Are there going to be any interventions being made to sort of find out the truth about this? And because this is one of the issues which are bringing a lot of tensions between the two countries, at least at public level, because there are some people who believe some of the allegations that Botswana could be used to attack the union buildings, South Africa, whereas Botswana has always been clear that it does not support attack towards any of her neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. At this point, Your Excellencies, may you kindly, the President said we must just finish all the questions. Any other question? Or there's a lady over here? Somebody over here. We need a microphone over here, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Tato Salamore from Yarona FM. My question is for both the presidents. Regional integration remains a key SADC goal. Now, between South Africa and Botswana, what barriers still exist and how can they be addressed through this current binational commission? Thank you.
Last question. Do we have a hand raised? Any other question? Going once? Going twice? One last one.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Vanessa from UB Radio, and this speaks to artificial intelligence and digitalization for both countries. It's not really a question. There are so many AI startups in Botswana that I know of, including one that I am building, and we have built different solutions that serve to improve efficiency, transparency, and accountability in different BW parastatals. It is something that could be easily implemented into the South African government. And with this opportunity, I would really like to say for all tech startups that are pioneering the AI movement as well as digitalization, to be given a chance to present their solutions, projects that could be very helpful for the two governments. Thank you.
Thank you so much. At this point, I would humbly request President Boko to proceed with the answers to the questions.
Thank you very much. The issue of unemployment is a troubling one. in both countries. In Botswana, the official stats place unemployment at 27%. I hold the view that it is much higher than that. And so it makes for some desperate urgency in dealing with the matter. As between Botswana and South Africa, some of the agreements that have been concluded, and if you look at the whole corpus of discussions, decisions, resolutions adopted at this binational commission, the call is for heightened cooperation, collaboration, no less between our academic institutions where skill is molded and produced. And some of the agreements record that certain institutions in South Africa will collaborate more closely, more intimately, for instance, with the Botswana International University of Science and Technology, BUST. And so our young people who are going through training and education will be able to work together closely in the context of developing academic affinities, but also in the context of advancing, broadening the frontiers of knowledge in their respective fields, so that in certain areas where we have joint research and development, we should be able to see the emergence and development of patents, intellectual property, owned by these institutions jointly and collaboratively, which can then move to the production of prototypes in the case of products, and then scaling for market and utilization. And we trust that in the process of this collaboration, this joint contribution to the storehouse of knowledge, our people, our young people will be more engaged, will participate in the front lines of generating knowledge and expertise and acquiring it as well. And they will then help us resolve the trenchant problem of unemployment in both countries. We are going to move from here to the business forum. Businesses need to be facilitated, to be empowered, to deploy capital and expertise in the service of the real economy. In other words, businesses must deploy finance in the service and advancement of the real economy. The real economy being where goods and services are produced. And so when there's this relationship, this partnership between business and government, and capital is deployed, not for its own ends in a predatory manner, but in the service of development, then jobs will be generated and our people will be employed, their lives and livelihoods improved. This is the ultimate aim and ambition, and we are hard at work, as we've shown at this session, and we will in the implementation of all the resolutions that we have produced from here. The aim is to generate employment bring projects, bring interventions that enable us to provide work and gainful employment for our people. Are there barriers to regional integration? Yes, there are barriers. We need to be more connected. We need to facilitate the free flow of goods and services between our countries and the movement of people. And one of the issues I raised about the harmonization, in the context in which I raised it, was to enable people to move freely and seamlessly. The better then to advance trade and commerce between Botswana and South Africa, and in the ultimate instance, between Botswana, South Africa, and the rest of the sub-region. And so we need to remove all these barriers. That is why we will now, as a matter of urgency, have these one-stop for people border posts and non-stop border posts for goods, where we have a single window, we trace and track, and we are able to have a truck passing through the border without having to stop, so that we facilitate and make it easy for goods to move. These are some of the barriers that exist now. If you go to the border, go to Tlokwen, Kopfontein, go to Martin's Drift, go to Ramatlabam, you will see trucks backing off about 10 kilometers. And that is the very best scenario. Because at the worst of times, it's 40 kilometers. So we need to ensure that these trucks move swiftly, and that is why the issue of a non-stop border is absolutely critical. And we are hard at work to remove all these barriers and bottlenecks so that regional integration becomes practical, it becomes meaningful. The issue about tech startups and artificial intelligence, one of the things that will be absolutely dispositive in your quest to develop apps in your tech startups is access to data. You need to be able to mine data and fashion solutions around the data. And the problem that you face right now is actually one of access to data. We need then to have repositories of data, databases, open source, however we configure them, and avail you access to data that you can then creatively use to achieve whatever, solve whatever problem, make things easy for the ordinary person. But you need those platforms that store the data, that avail you access to the data, so that you can then apply your scientific, technological ingenuity and utilize the data however you please in your tech startup. It is very important. But we also must appreciate that the whole terrain is fraught with dangers. I said earlier, and I quoted Noah Yuval Harari, who says, humanity has been creating monsters throughout history. We now have a potential monster in artificial intelligence. We believe we control artificial intelligence in a very dangerous way. Artificial intelligence has reached a point where now it can overrun. It can dominate us. We've programmed it beyond our own reach. and it has reached a level where it can program and reprogram itself and run amok. These are the dangers with which this terrain is fraught. And so even as we allow you young people with your marauding energies and your abundant talent, we need to be alive to the dangers that you may pose, knowingly or unknowingly. We may actually be creating monsters we would be unable to control. But this is a conversation we must all have so that we appreciate the dangers with which this path is paved. And I'll pass, although it's not my question, on this U.S. military base in Botswana. To the best of my knowledge, and my knowledge of public international law, we always say international law, and we use it to mean public international law, because there's something called private international law. Now, under public international law, a state, a government, communicates in an identifiable way through either its president at the highest level or its officials under authority. When there is such communication, it is authoritative. Now, in relation to this U.S. military air base, there has never, to my knowledge, been any communication from the South African government alleging that there was a U.S. military base in Botswana. And I'm speaking at the official level. There's never been. And so often we are called upon to respond to rumor and gossip passed at certain levels and stages. And it is erroneously ascribed to a state when it is actually not communication from and of that state. I just wanted to make this distinction very clear so that we understand that all these assertions and claims and allegations about the existence of any military base have come at the lowest levels of people either gossiping or genuinely misled, operating under an honest but mistaken belief. Now, this honest but mistaken belief becomes singularly dishonest, where clarification upon clarification has been issued. And in the case of our government, of our country, by the Botswana Defense Force, by the Ministry for International Relations, and other authoritative pronouncements on the matter, that have stated and stated categorically, repeatedly, that there is no U.S. military base in Botswana. None. There isn't. There has never been. And so any claim to the contrary is either informed by lethal ignorance or, as I said, honest but mistaken beliefs, or downright malice, may actually be malicious, peddled by people who want to stir up confusion and hostility. Happily, between the two countries, all those have not attained the objectives, if any there were, of creating a rift between the states. So I make it clear here and now, there is no such military base of the United States in Botswana. There has never been. And there won't be, because of the foreign policy of the country and how it relates with its neighbors, no less the Republic of South Africa. So thank you very, very much. I pass the mic. I almost said the baton. You know, we want the relays, so we forget. So I'm passing not the baton, but the mic to His Excellency President Ramaphosa. And also I must say, the final race, those of you who saw it, was actually a tussle between two countries, Botswana and South Africa. The finest, the very best from these two countries came head to head. And the one that won, which is the Republic of Botswana, won because it was pushed hard. Every nerve, every sinew of muscle had to stand taut, as you saw Colin Kibina Tsipi surge to the finishing line with the South African next to him. He had to dig deep, summon forces from God knows where. But South Africa was in up to the hilt. And we are most grateful when we push each other this way. And we will push each other to do the very best. So thank you very much, Your Excellency. I hand it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Much as we came worse off, we welcome and applaud the Botswana athlete for having come first and won. Because Botswana's victory is also our victory. We own it, we regard it as ours as well. But we also love competition, you know. It's wonderful to compete, but to compete against a very good and strong competitor, there's nothing that can ever replace that. And I had wanted to say on this sports field that our integration should lead us to supporting one another in more than one way, and where one country excels beyond another one, the one that does not have the wherewithal to reach that high level must support the other one. We are world champions in a number of disciplines in the sporting field. And when Botswana started surging forward in athletics, I must tell you, each time a Botswana athlete won on the world stage, we said, that one is one of ours. And we owned them. So we are very delighted, because you see, we don't want to share all these wonderful glories alone. We must have a sister country that also is known for excellence. Today I went to the BVI Institute, and I must tell you that I was just hugely impressed by the world-class vaccine manufacturing center that you have here. I had never thought that it would be as good as it is, and today I got out of that center hugely elated that a sister country just across the border is able to produce vaccines not only for itself, but also for Southern Africa and the world. So we are hugely pleased, and we buy from you. We want to buy more, and as the CEO said, and we pay, and we want to continue paying you more for good products that come out of Botswana. So thank you very much in that regard. The issue of unemployment, as President Boko correctly characterizes it, it's a huge problem for all of us. And it is given rise to by a number of factors. Of course, the lack of economic growth, which both our countries are focusing on, is one of the causes of unemployment. But one of the causes of unemployment is not so much that there are no skills, for instance, among the young people in both countries. There are skills. There are people who are skilled in a variety of ways. The main problem is the mismatch between skills and what the economy needs. That is one of the key problems. And what we now need to do and what we are working on in South Africa is to ensure that we match the skills with production, so that training should no longer just be training for a certificate. We must move from training for certificate to training for production and get the young people who are trained and should be certificated for the right jobs that the economy needs. But of course, what is really going to drive unemployment down is further investment in our respective economies. Investment drives economic or job creation, and when an economy grows, it immediately starts creating more and more jobs. And what we've been up about today in this binational has really been focusing on economic growth, the various projects, and some of them are quite historic between our two countries. Massive catalytic projects are going to lead to massive job creation. And that is what we need to focus on. As governments, our job should largely be to enhance a climate in which investors, people who have money, can come and invest and create jobs in an exponential manner. And of course, our unemployment figures are extremely high on the African continent. And sometimes we try to dose down the figures, but they are high. Many young people are unemployed. Our task is therefore to open opportunities and channels for young people to become economically active. Young people must be so well trained so that they are able also to create their own companies and create more and more people. We need to enhance the growth of the small, medium enterprise sector. We also need to focus on what government does and should do to create channels of employment and training so that young people can get the skills that are needed to get jobs in the economy. That has become our main focus in South Africa. We're focusing now on the key priorities that were set up by our Government of National Unity, which is create more and more jobs, grow the economy, and strengthen the capacity of government, and make sure that the areas that have shown weakness, like in water, we ensure that our water projects are solid and are able to produce the water that our people need. By and large, we've solved another huge problem that we had, which was the generation of electricity. That was holding our economy back, because for the private sector, or if you like, the manufacturing and industrial sector to operate at the maximum level, it requires energy. We've by and large solved that. We're now focusing more attention on the transmission, so that the energy that is generated either through renewables or various sources of energy, including nuclear and other sources, should be transmitted and should get to the point where it bolsters our manufacturing base, where more and more jobs will be created, where it bolsters sectors such as the mining industry, sectors such as agriculture, so that the agro-processing sectors should be developed at a very high level and create more and more jobs. So that should be the focus that we have. Now, we've got various entities and centers that can enhance the skills development process. For instance, science, technology, and innovation is one area where we prove concepts I mean, concepts like we saw at BVI today, which can bring in young people who have got scientific knowledge to get jobs and good training. And that can mutate into a whole number of other subsectors of our economy. So the skills challenge will address to reduce unemployment. And that should be the twin approach that we utilize to ensure that more and more jobs are created. But in the end, we should adopt the model that has been used by other countries who become very successful and become world-class industrial giants. Countries, yes, in Europe like Germany, Switzerland, Austria, and the others have really excelled because they're focused on linking skills with job creation and not just training young people to get certificates. They train them to get into the production part of the economy. And that is what we should now focus more and more. Do we still have barriers? Yes, we have many barriers to the economic integration that we should have. The adoption of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area in Addis Ababa was a massive and historic and milestone development for the African continent to begin to address the issue of removing barriers. For instance, tariffs, the imposition of tariffs on our continent has been a massive problem. Now, through the African Continental Free Trade Area, we're now removing that barrier, which is a huge one, so that trade can take place much more easily. And of course, in SADC, and between our countries here in SACU, that in itself has helped to remove a number of barriers because we've got a customs union that addresses whatever barriers we could have had. But beyond the barriers, there are many barriers, like what President Boko was talking about, the movement of goods and the movement of people. That too becomes a barrier. Of course, the African Continental Free Trade Area addresses that, but we now need to address it through having these border stops, where we adopt technology so that technology can help us to be able to enable goods to flow through our various countries in a seamless way. That will remove that barrier. The waiting queues at our borders is totally unacceptable. And it is just showing how backward we are for trucks to wait for days at a border. I mean, I hear that at the Tlokwen-Kopfontein border, trucks can wait for days, up to a week, even more. The queue is about 30 or 40 kilometers long. That shouldn't be. Other centers of economic growth in the world function well because the movement of their products moves very quickly, from production to market in a very seamless way. So we need to explode into the technological age now and get our goods to move seamlessly between our countries. And we have the strength of being members of SADC, having SACU between us or amongst us, but also having these binational commissions that in the main are addressing all these barriers and blockages. And today, our ministers and officials recorded up to 131 agreements that need to be implemented. And most of those dealt with the economic sector of how we can open up the levers of our two economies so that we trade well and we also open up investment opportunities. What President Boko and I have agreed is that what we must now do is to up our game when it comes to fostering greater investment, greater economic growth, and focus on that and get our officials and ministers to implement the agreements that have been arrived at today. On the issue of the utilization of a so-called base in Botswana, I think President Boko has addressed that. And we don't hold the view that there's a US base here that is on the ready to attack the Union buildings. What I do know is that Botswana will never allow any of its territory to be utilized to attack its sister country like South Africa. I know that for a fact. I could wake him up at 3 o'clock in the morning and he will confirm that at any given moment. So I don't have a sleepless night about an attack on the Union buildings being launched against South Africa from the Botswana territory. We relate on the basis of deep respect, deep recognition for our sovereignty, and also on the basis of great partnership between our two countries. We've characterized it as a long-standing partnership that predates us, that predates even apartheid, that predates colonialism. Our forebears were dealing with each other over centuries, so we are not about to disturb that. If anything, we must enhance that and make sure that this special relation and strategic relationship is safeguarded and it's uplifted to a much higher level. Botswana is a very special strategic partner of South Africa. We trade well, but we want the trade imbalance between our two countries also to be corrected. The trade balance is in favor of South Africa, and I can stand here as a president of the Republic of South Africa and say, I want that to be corrected, to be balanced, so that Botswana must have a sense that, yes, the equality that we seek is not only in words, it is in deed as well, and we must support each other. We must support each other's growth. We must support each other's development. And much of what we do should be based on fostering each other's growth and development. I end on this AI issue by Palesa. And I don't know whether she mispronounced her name by saying, I'm Palesa. You are not Palesa, you are Palesa. So Palesa, the question that you raise on AI. Yes, we are committed to developing AI capability in our respective countries. AI is clearly the future, but it is also a danger. President and the Vice President and I, and our two ministers of international relations, were talking about it earlier. It is a danger, but we must develop AI not as a toy, but as a tool for development. We must make sure that AI can serve the purposes of our own development rather than be utilized as a tool. But we must also not fear AI to a point where we don't develop the skills of our people, particularly young people, to be well versed with AI. And to do so, what you're saying correctly, Palesa, is that we need to support young people who are getting into the tech industry, who are getting into digital technologies, so that they help us understand AI. I don't understand AI fully, and I want the young people in our two countries to help us understand it and to manage it, but to utilize it as a great tool for our development. And they have the greatest opportunity. Being the new gen, or whatever they call themselves, they should be able to advance knowledge for themselves and for our respective countries. So AI being the future, we should not fear it, we should use it for development, and we should support our various young people to develop their businesses, to make contributions, and to bring contributions, as you were asking, to the fore, to government, so that we are able to utilize technology at a huge scale. And if they don't, we will hold them to blame because they have greater knowledge of the digital technology world than many of us do. So they must come forward with solutions, even if they are unsolicited, demonstrate their prowess and their knowledge about the digital world and lead us all into that AI future, the digitized world, and how we can utilize it to develop our economies. So AI is here. We should use it as a great tool to enhance government functioning, to enhance the progress that we seek in our economies. So I think for me, this has been a great visit, and I must also applaud the journalists for asking probing questions, but I should say to you, please do not rely on rumors that are baseless, such as a military base ready to attack the union buildings in South Africa. It is not going to happen. Botswana will never allow it, and I rest on that. Thank you very much.
At this point, I'm going to call on the Director of Ceremonies to take over.
Thank you, Mama Mutapati. We shall now proceed to the official photo opportunity, and may I kindly request the protocol officers to assist. And at this point, invite the two heads, accompanied by His Honor the Vice President, honorable ministers, and senior government officials to, as appropriate, to kindly come forward for the official photograph. I believe it's somewhere here. I get.
Zona beso ba e wetsa jalo puthago ya babega dikgang e neng e buisiwa jalo ke Botautona ka bobedi Tautona Ramaphosa le Tautona Boko ba tlhalosa gona ha gore puthago ya borataro ya ditirisano tsa lefatshe la Botswana le la Africa-Borwa e wetse jalo ka go sainwa ga ditumalano di le 4 tse leng gore re di bone jalo ba di tlhalosa mo mehameng e harologaneng tse maikelo a tsone e leng gone go nonotsha tirisano mmogo ya mahatshe o mabedi go tsweledisa jalo itshirelo ya mahatshe o mabedi go enonotsha go thama ditiro go bulela jalo mebaraka mo kgaolong ya Afrika e seng hela mo papadisanong ya mahatshe o mabedi e le tsone tse leng gore ba ne ba di tlhalosa mo tsetseng la gompieno Motswana wetso mme la gongwe ke bua jalo tse leng gore ke ne ke ntse ke reditse ha se buiwa ke Botautona ka bobedi ba tlhalosa gone gore